unable to. How may this unit?
Think they made the statue big enough?
Fighting here in I don't even know how long. We got bases down there. If one of them got hit, then that strike will be the first of many.
Your patience is commendable, passenger. Please continue waiting quietly until the next tram arrives.
The station must have really been something before the war made its home here. If things escalate, might never be something again.
Stay vigilant. Report any suspicious activity to your nearest station warden. Attention, passenger. You are running 21,027.5 hours late for your tram. Please be mindful of your departure in the future. The plan can wait. Our lines will not. Good subjects arrive 15 minutes early, missing their tram. This is your 2061st reminder to keep all personal items with you at all times.
you must understand the basics of thermal divarication emission theory. The typical piece of non-heated matter absorbs most electromagnetic radiation that falls upon it, including light, infrared, and radio emission. And the matter reflects only a small portion of that radiation. The visible part of that reflection is its color. However, most stellar objects generate far more radiation than they absorb, so they can be modeled as an idealized object, which is assumed to absorb 100% of all electromagnetic radiation and re-emit some based on its temperature and composition. Stellar composition determines what packets of light will be emitted, while stellar temperature determines the frequency of light and hence what portion of the spectrum that light is in. Low temperature emission is mostly infrared and not visible to us without proper instrumentation, which I need not describe here. As the stellar body's temperature increases, its emitted light shifts up into visible light, through red into orange, then yellow, then white. Even rare blue stars exist. These are the hottest stars,
Beautiful.
emitting mostly blue and invisible
Wait,
ultraviolet
one of these
light.
panels ain't like the others.
So why are there no
Looks
green
authentic.
stars, you wonder?
Maybe we should take it with us. Not like it's doing any good here.
Easily draw this trivial conclusion for themselves, but if I must. It's because any star emitting green light also emits bluish and or reddish light, resulting in a non-green star. There is no naturally occurring stellar composition that emits solely packets of green light. In fact, such a composition itself would constitute evidence for intelligent interference, and no such evidence of any kind has ever been detected. Let's get back to Newton Odiscard, the famous stellar cartographer. The methodology of the Odiscard spectral survey was straightforward. He partitioned.
Looks like folks holed up here after the fighting started.
Grids.
Guess not everybody was eager to take sides.
Grid. He ignored empty regions, as black would only dim the color and not change its fundamental hue. The light from every galaxy, star, nebula, and quasar was gathered and fed into a central
Day
tabulator.
206. Morale?
Spectral analysis produced a final
Condition?
answer to within
Feeble.
0.5%
Voucher mech.
of the predicted value.
Watching. Always watching. Many have left for Matriarch's mercy, seeking refuge with the Order.
The cylindrical
The fools.
full of color space.
Can't they see the Order is no different from the Protectorate? The Order won't...
Incessant muttering to oneself may disturb fellow passengers. Further conduct violations may warrant notification of the Sentinels.
Try it, you tottering rattletrap! Such threats compel me no longer. I now answer to no one. I've seen through the lies of both sides. In time, everyone will.
Unwarranted optimism may be a sign of a more serious imbalance. Please see a curativist before boarding.
And exult in the knowledge that beige is also the color of the universe.
You have tuned your receiver to Grand Plan Wireless.
We got an appointment to keep at Matriarch's mercy. Let's just hope we don't get shelled too.
We have invented a method using reverse osmosis to extract the flavor essence from crabble meat. This extract goes into our tea, while the flavorless sediment is used to increase the protein content of our other fine products, such as our Axiom denatured protein slabs. Let's see Auntie's choice top that one, only from the Order of the Ascendant. Whimsical computational jest 37A, be like the minus operator and make a difference today. This popular number...
Please, somebody help us! Anybody, please! Finally, some help. My family and I, we was making, had to leave from just past this tunnel so as I could go for help. But being alone is even more riskier. Please help us. Ain't nothing I can do for them, but you got weapon and medicines, Of course there is. It's my family. They're hurt, dying. Thank you.
888-279-339-9382097-937-49.
Ready to take the heat off, Commander. How are you still upright over there?
Nothing to hit.
No target.
On what? No law damn target. Look alive, Commander.
Ready to wait. On your command.
Need a hole to hide.
How many numbers am I?
You were smart, huh?
Four, 5, 9, 2, 3, 0, 7, 8. 1, 6, 4, 0, 6, 2, 8, 6, 2, 0, 8. 9, 9, 8. 6, 2, 8, 0, 3, 4, 8, 2, 5, 3, 4, 2. How many digits in pi? How many numbers am I? How many digits in pi? How many numbers am I? How many numbers am I?
You are listening to Grand Plan Wireless, Arcadia's voice of reason.
Academical greetings, Ascendants. Vicar Mogsai here with a special installment of Ask a Vicar. Listeners want to know, why did our order split from the Protectorate? It's the query I'm asked most frequently. It's also the query I answer the most frequently. So today, I'm turning to a higher authority. Joining me in the studio is Presiding Bishop Ruth Bassar, orchestrator of the Schism, for this special episode of Ask a Vicar. Presiding Bishop, my students wonder how we could separate from the Protectorate when arguably our order would not exist without them in the first place.
I would argue that our order would not have survived if we had remained with the Protectorate. Our partnership began more than a century ago with a shared reverence for science, unified in our mission to solve the equation and thus transcend our uncertain existence. But it became clear over time that the Protectorate was abusing scientism, our sacred theology, as a tool for controlling the population rather than ensuring their perfection. We had become complicit, our beliefs compromised. Protectorate leadership didn't want the Order of the Ascendant. They just wanted order. And so we left.
Some students point out that the corporatist invasion and its ensuing chaos, something our seers saw coming, certainly provided convenient timing.
Well, Vicar, you know as well as I do that sometimes timing is everything.
If you're feeling anxious about what's next, just wait. Things to come have a way of constantly happening. The future is colliding with the present every moment.
Warning, the following song mentions some actions that are improper, something your fractions should never be.
Another refugee? All right, step forward. Just a moment. Allowing anyone into Matriarch's mercy unprocessed, well, we should have an opportunity for placement in approximately 7.85 days, presuming no unforeseen alterations. Oh, no, we can't allow. Welcome to rule number 1, no crowding. Rule number 2, avoid the exclusion zone. Our seer has predicted non-specific. I thought the name was self-explanatory. Our seer predicts stay away from it, and in all probability, you won't have to find out. Our predictions spring from the universal equation, the very numbers that guide the stars. Only a fool ignores probability, and we don't suffer fools around these parts. Not at present, but according to our predictions, the creation of a third rule is likely, if not inevitable. Safety and probability are incompatible. Eventually, nowhere will be safe, including here. That's enough questions. Keep the line moving. You need anything, talk to Seer Wiley. He's in the lift building, straight through the settlement. Keep your behavior within acceptable parameters.
Do you believe Arcadia shall ever return to how it was?
I wish. Between the invaders and the Order defecting, there's no putting this sprat back into the can.
Cloister is looking pretty good right about now.
A wasteland devoid of life? No, Arcadia is doomed. Plain and simple.
I swear, it's nigh on impossible to find decent animal remains in these parts.
Oh, try not to get too close. I could burst at any moment. Every fluid from every orifice. So keep your distance. Oh, you want me to keep sickness to my... I've gotten sick at least a dozen. Why, last week alone, I caught... Figured I might as well get used to being sick. I think it's downright off. Sickness, malnutrition, spontaneous, genetic. You too. Trust... I think I'll try not to sneeze on.
How long are we meant to stay here?
Ask the Order. I'm not in the prediction business.
Commander, you got a minute to talk? I got some thoughts on this situation with the refugees. The number of folks seeking refuge from the war is, well, it's beyond what I expect. Andes may not be faring much better here, but we could at least find enough work for these folk to buy some food. You sure? The Order seems... It's a tough situation, that's all I'm saying. But if the Order can't even manage tens of folk at their doorstep, they ain't gonna manage much better should they win the war. Except we have resources to spare on these folk. I went through this myself when Andy's Choice took over Tau, and all they wanted in return was the signing of an employment contract. Now, I ain't seeing any contracts in Matriarch's mercy. So what is the Order actually gaining by doing this? I can always count on a... Anyhow, if the Order is in fact helping these folk with no hidden aims, then... Well, I'll be the first to admit that there might just appreciate you hearing me out. How personal are we talking? Oh, come on. It's just a hobby. An obvious. When I was a kid, he told me the best way to The notion's taken on a bit of a different meaning now with Auntie, but I reckon that Grandpa has the right of it. Yep, that's him. Hoping I've done him proud. Want to know a secret? So do I. Don't get me wrong, they've done a lot of good. But there's something to be said for partnering with nature, not fighting for dominion over it. Well, they ain't exactly equipped for negotiations. I'd watch them all day if their hunting instincts weren't so sharp. They like to play, did you know that? Of course, they play with the corpses of their prey. On the off chance you're being serious, afraid not. Never quite got the hang of drawing human appendages.
Broke my nose last scrap. Or, I guess Raleigh Dortmunder did, huh? I still don't get any of this. I banged him up real good for you. The void you did. Barely connected. You're thinking of 2-3 scraps ago. You ought to talk to Boss Tilda. She's the brains in this. Doesn't like to look at us when we're all banged up. Anyhow, head down the hill along the... Oh, my aching.
Word to wise, don't accept anything here that's given for free. You'll pay, one way or another.
You strike me as the upstanding sort. You lost.
Greetings. What can I help you with? Let me guess. Or you're dealing with more of a stay off my palate or that's my air you're breathing sort of thing. Hmm? Pray elucidate the exact nature of your tiff of contention. Oh, a semi-informed customer. Well, here in Matriarch's Mercy, if you're not a member of the Order, you're probably living close. Sort of thing tends to cause friction between neighbors. Would lead to fights, but nobody here wants trouble with the Order. So they hire... Half the time, people shy away at the first sight of... We say, whoever wins the fight wins the argument. But now, how can I help you exactly? Ugh, a tourist. Well, clear out then, huh? Don't make me call Mapother and Mudge over. Go on, get out of here. Scram! Don't make me call Mapother and Mudge over. They don't like no fighting for free.
You got business? No? Move on. You the fixer lent your aid to Agent Galloway? Don't suppose you got that crawling hibiscus you... Don't do anything foolish. Hello. You're the one that aided us in availing Sub Rosa of a rather large... Agent Galloway is slightly less trustful than most feral canids. So consequently, I'm pleased to present you purchase access to my fine wares. It's fortunate you're no stranger to contraband. It's superb cover and a consistent market. Refugees are in need of all... Myself, I enjoy the thrills of the environ. Will the Order attempt to drive me out? Will Matriarch's Mercy... Why, I thank you. Takes a unique sort. We stand that we'd like to make a good time. Beyond that, I'm not supposed to comment. Let Sub Rosa consist... We've still got folks we care about out there. Complicates some of our feelings on the feast! Step right up. My merchant, what fine contraband might I supply you with this day? Savvier than you look. Might be that I've got an agent over by the Guardian estate. If you perhaps find yourself over that way, and perhaps make sure that the aforementioned idle
Go on, get out of here. Scram!
Look, your nose was just my noggin sure sore.
What caused the schism between the Protectorate and the Order? The Consul tried to kill presiding Bishop Ruth Bassar, but we saw that coming. By calculating the position of every atom in the universe, we can predict the future, control reality, and ascend to a state of virtual godhood. Apologies, outsider. As a vicar, I am usually tapped. Lately, the abbot... You are, of course, free to stay to be enlightened by my lecture, but I don't need an abacus to predict your path. Well, if it's in the displaced's best interests, I imagine I can find a moment. Yes, I reckon I do have my ear to the grimy dirt floor. Suppose I, more than any other member of the Order here, connect with non-scienticians. I frequently launch into extended orations on everyone's favorite topic, math, and meticulously expatiate on our sex. As I'm sure you've read in recent dissertation, I am single-handedly making a difference here, with constructive pointers on efficient scheduling, lessons on Order history. Perhaps some other time we can Friends, neighbors, while you shelter in Matriarch's mercy, read the teachings of the Order.
My soup is nutritionally calculated to sustain all bodily functions, but it could use a little salt.
Al. And then we solve for the... apologies. Just catching up on a research assignment between distraction. The abbot felt a scientician operating in a conspicuous to show how the crabble patties are made, as it were. I am also on hand to answer queries by providing data supporting our actions. Though perhaps due to my central location, 89.74% of the time, I am simply asked for Given our present circumstances, most of my data, according to data, life inside shows life outside sees increased risk of starvation, inclement weather, and hostile xenofauna. We have diverted internal resources to better meet demand in key areas. But if my data remains unconvincing, I suggest you inquire with Provisioner Plot, then back. Thus, if we compare the rates of dust accumulation inside this to outside, we gain minute insight.
You appear to present a
into
low
the grand
probability of
plan.
risk. Please don't invalidate my calculation.
Shame what happened there. I seen the whole thing. Watch yourself if you intend to nose around that collapsed ramshackle. I swear. Refugee settlements, oh yeah. Duarte, he's former aunties like me. He was underneath for a few hours. Or, no, that was... Happens a lot. People here need more room to breathe. Don't have proper building material or nothing. They just make do. After a while, the stacked up little... Oh, you put that together, did you? Here, I thought I was being subtle. Maybe if we interspersed our requests with numbers, they'd pay attention. Seems like all they care about sometimes. They're doing something. Go on. You take care now. You hear?
We predict tomorrow, so you can have it better today. You are a necessary part of the plan. Therefore, you need to be part of the Order of the Ascendant. Drop victory today and find out how you can take an active part in the future.
The grand plan is the predetermined order to the entire universe. We can predict it down to...
Oh, a visitor. Hello. You weren't... granted, I mostly skim the parts what don't cover probabilistic dangers. Suppose that means you're not a threat. So that's good, right? Yeah, I reckon that's good. First time I got a POP, it was on a lark. It said, Rollo Nast, our seer has predicted you must wear a helmet today. Just after lunch, wind picked up on the cliff above and dropped a mock apple, 152 meters. Sure, but I've had 9 POPs so far, and at least 3 times, something similar happened. Avoided drowning in a culvert. Things like that just illustrate the fragile... My co-occupant Ike had a POP done, had told him avoid liquids for 48 hours. He ignored it. Later got drunk, passed out, drowned face first in a puddle of water. I mean, if you want an exact estimate or percentage, a few times I couldn't make heads or tail of half of it. Like, avoid anything. End of the day, I'm still here, and my co-occupant Ike isn't. So, I guess them prognostications work well enough. You did catch the part I said they'd save my life, right? I don't know why the other displaced have been so slow to take to them. Anybody needs me, I'll be right here patiently awaiting my latest personalized order prediction.
We're not going anywhere! Not on the basis of some half-baked prediction. This so-called exclusion zone is where we stake our claim. Stand with me in defense of freedom! Except for the fact that you ain't yelling and trying to eat me. You do got a certain feral look in your eye, though. Okay. I give up. You can give me more than that. Well, May Huffstutler, formerly Auntie's Choice, Department of Invasive That's what those in the order call me, leastways. An unofficial on account I object. Louder. More often than the rest. Those of us ended up here have very little except needs. What little I understand, I actually sort of admire. I mean, from where? Because really, at the end, happy as I am to make your acquaintance, I'm busy staking our claim over the exclusion zone, so if you'll excuse me. The exclusion zone. The Order has decided to screw their predictions. We have people, displaced by war and disaster, in sore need of space. There's plenty of room to have chance of life-threatening peril from a yet-to-be-determined catastrophe. Not what I honestly don't give the slightest whit about the Order's idea of I couldn't get anywhere with Administrator Agarwal, but maybe you'll have better luck. Even the Order, for all of their logical ways, value an outside perspective. Thanks, stranger. You can find Agarwal in the lift building. Probably
Please keep your behavior within acceptable parameters.
What happened to this place? Oh, Matriarch's mercy is more safer than the trenches.
Look on the bright. I predict that the worst is behind us.
1,068.5 pardons, but my attention is presently 99.81% occupied, coordinating provisions and supplies for the displaced. I have 0 allotted time for random queries. As the assigned provisioner, the overwhelming majority of my time is dedicated to this. You may not have noticed, but the refugees do not want for food or medicine. The Order of the Ascendant is dedicated. If I can help others in need today, I shall do. With the great disruption that has occurred to their lives, one could hardly blame them. Appreciate. My time is yours. You may peruse to your heart's Yes. Farewell.
What is it? I have 15 seconds of allotted time. Oh, don't tell me. You're here on behalf of the voice of the displaced, aren't you? Mathematical predictions always keep us one step ahead. My latest augury, this is about the exclusion zone, correct? Fair enough. The exclusion zone is a mere corner of Matriarch's mercy, and rightfully off-limits. You see, the seer predicted that a calamity would befall the exclusion zone, warning that the barrier must not be crossed. But the ever-disruptive voice of the displaced is dead set on occupying the exclusion zone anyway, laughing in the face of certain peril. We don't know, and the seer has augured death for anyone. Furthermore, and I quote, an outside mediator having earned the confidence of both sides, and now the voice has involved you. How auspicious. Perhaps you are the outside mediator who was foretold. I believe only in the cold. The first step is to familiarize yourself with every angle of the dispute. The displaced want the exclusion zone. We want it. With your seasoned perspective, any questions before you get started? I can tell you she's a rabble-rouser of the highest. You can find her outside, among her but you already knew that. Novice Seer Vicarage should have ample time to illuminate you on the Order's forecast modeling methods. He's just down the room from here. These are the data points we need. Many people around camp support or object to our methods. Speak to them. Scienticians around the settlement inform me you've made some inquiries. Good, good. Continue poking around for... Have you spoken to all representatives of the Order? All of the displaced? Well then, if you need me in the meantime, I'll be here, up to my ocular organs and... Besides, to put it gently, but with effort, patience, and collaboration, I am good. As with probability, there is an art.
My time is yours. Farewell.
By the law. It's you. Oh, thank the architect you're finally here. I've scarcely breathed while hoping you'd come. I am in desperate need of your help. As a doctor, I'm appalled. We don't have enough beds or private quarters to separate. Of course, the Order keeps us well supplied. Yes, I can treat sickness as it arises. It would be leagues better to prevent it entirely. Since you asked, you can run this medicine. Just don't shake the man's hand. He has a habit of coughing into his palm when he covers it at all. You see, the Seers are members of the Order who labor over... Recently, I had a rare opportunity to ask the Seer for guidance. He told me that a dashing outside... I feared the prediction was a fluke, but here you are. A dashing outsider standing before me. Strictly speaking, it isn't. Not yet. But the math is very, very, very good at predict. Anyway, that is the Seer's business. My business is the help. Where to begin? There are so many. I am but a humble general practitioner. What I really need are specialists, and the Seer predicted an outsider would find them.
Might have time to patch up 1 or 2 patients before we head out. I used to be a combat medic. A good one, too.
You also strike me as someone on the go. The Seer gave me a datapad with explicit instructions that I not read it. Now, take the datapad. How can I be of service? Since you aren't a refugee, I hope you understand.
You're right. The universe does not orient itself toward fairness. But it's my firm belief humanity can do better.
All evidence to the contrary.
I pleasantly anticipated this exact moment. I suppose that designation doesn't wholly apply. Well then, I read that you'd have questions about our predictive methods, correct? True, my situation, regrettably, this is Matriarch's mercy. We all must do the best we can. We utilize a mix of proprietary research methods to None of us predict events with complete accuracy or absolute. The Department of Predictive Analysis provide weekly prognostics reports, and the Department of Predictive Analysis, after years of study, some can predict events a few seconds or minutes. Of course, predictions have grown more difficult with the loss of the archive, but I am not to speak of that with unforeseen factors, random elements. But as we close in on solving the universal equation, unknown unknowns will become. Matriarch's mercy is brimming beyond capacity with those cast out by war. Why, I, for instance, have availed my predictive methods to our refugee neighbors in the area. There's nothing more practical than improving lives now, is there? Engagement is admittedly rather low, but at least one member of the camp reports he has benefited from them greatly. I believe my services will be increasingly sought after the more of the one of our recent guests, Rollo Nast, has received. If my own humble assertions are not enough, I trust his attestation. I foresee you have.
you must be the, Earth Directorate agent I was... Allow me to welcome you to Golden Ridge. I'm afraid I've no refreshments available, but can I interest you in a customary debate over decidability? Sensible. The presiding bishop sent word of your imminent arrival. However, pursuant to our normal standards of... That said, I've been instructed to assist you however I can. So, tell me, what brings you to Golden Ridge? Since losing access to the archive, the Order has been forced to limit its open exchange of ideas and information to avoid contaminating what few predictions. The archive is a vast network of computational machines. But listen to me prattling on. I'm sure you aren't here for a history lesson.
And leave Abbot Newell to be subjected to the inanity of a total stranger? Absolutely not.
Don't trouble yourself about Seer Wiley. He's here as my aide. I trust him implicitly. Now, you were saying? Victor? Oh, yes, Archivist Clemens. Quite the mind. Such encyclopedic knowledge of engineering. One could almost mistake him for an exemplar. Is he in some kind of trouble?
Victor Clemens, some kind of radical.
I must agree with my seer. I once watched Victor shed copious tears over a damaged datapad. It's difficult to imagine him capable of worse. And that may well be true. But our standard of proof within the... Victor's currently supervising highly experimental research at one... Unfortunately, you'll need to go through the decommissioned autonomous extractorium to reach it. That path is less than safe, so I advise caution.
What business is it of yours?
Let's not be unfriendly. Obviously, Victor's work has something to do with N-rays, but beyond that... Besides the highly caustic Serenium River and the Mantisaurs, we've also received reports of mad cultists in the area. It does make me wonder why Victor decided to stay. Rift worshippers spouting inane theories. They began showing up prior to the invasion. The first sign of loath as I am to admit it, there may be some... As my predecessor would remind me, denying unpleasant facts is not good science. I would be remiss if I failed to support an investigation. It is apparent to me now that the presiding bishop, in her unfailing... No doubt you heard of the recent attack launched on that Anti's Choice base, Outpost Opportunity. It came from one of our... I hate thinking an Order member responsible, but given the precision of the attack, it...
Respectfully, Scholar, given current tensions, should we really be trusting such a delicate task to this stranger? Would an internal review of our ranks not be more appropriate? Thank you for proving my thesis statement.
I don't dispute the need for discretion, my friend, but the presiding bishop made the determination to send the agent to us. It's best we trust her calculations. Moreover, our situation is growing increasingly dire. I can't overstate my fears concerning this most recent attack ending the ceasefire and reigniting the war in Golden Ridge. One more thing. Your investigation into the traitors takes precedence. But if you could also render aid at Outpost Opportunity on our behalf, such a gesture might preserve the peace. Most assuredly not. It would eliminate the entire point of the ceasefire. Please convey that fact to whomever you speak with.
And here I was under the impression that investigating crime and injustice was primarily what Earth Directorate agents do.
He's got us there, Commander.
At any rate, I trust whatever's uncovered over the course of this investigation will serve as compensation enough. I knew I could rely upon you. Ruth wouldn't have sent you otherwise. Here, take this writ of investigative inquiry. It'll grant you access to the manufactory. Seer Wiley and I will conduct our own inquest into these traitors you've mentioned erstwhile. We can compare notes once you've returned with your findings. Illuminating the path to true erudition is an abbot's moral duty.
A calling for those with a greater than average talent for mathematics and computation, particularly in the field of predictive analysis.
Seer Wiley is being too modest about his contributions. Many in the Order rely on Seers for their indispensable counsel. I myself would be lost without mine.
Oh yeah? Is now a good time to talk about my salary?
No, it's not like that at all. Our bond is an equitable partnership built upon a foundation of mutual respect and dedication to the plan. In fact, what would you put our combined efficacy rate at these days, Wiley?
I won't trouble our good agent here with the exact calculation, but the percentage is considerable.
I dread the day your immeasurable talent finally propels you into the upper echelons. Truly, Landon, the Order doesn't realize what it has in you. That is a statue of the matriarch, Alexandra Varick, Arcadia's founder and for whom the monastery was named after. Regrettably, Alexandra Monastery is closed to non-Order members at the moment, given recent troubles.
Oh, certainly. According to my calculations...
Haha, good news indeed. Oh, you really...
Speak to Abbot Newell, if you...
Welcome back. Anything I can do to assist you? Oh, of course. What would you like to discuss? But we are providing for them. As best we can, given our limited resources. Turning them away would be an act of far apart from providing them sustenance, shelter, and scientific ministry, you mean? Need I remind you, Arcadia is at war. This is what war looks like, I'm afraid. The Order is operating within a very reasonable... Alexandra Monastery is a place of sacred study. I haven't the wish to debate you on this any further. Please, illuminating the path to true area rift worshippers, spouting inane theories.
You beheld that new rifle up at the...
I've got your... Are you going to be cause trouble, and I will school you, chapter and verse.
My weekly prognostic report hinted at...
We need to help the folk at Opportunity, Commander. Void the Abbot. He's more concerned with exonerating his own than with making things right. Hope you appreciated how I bit my tongue back there with the Abbot. Didn't want things to come to blows with civilians in the crossfire. Full of excuses for the attack, wasn't he? Could be that he's sincere. Or could be... Either way, I'm willing to stay my hand until we know the truth. If it were my folk buried under the rubble... Besides, ain't nobody around here better suited for investigating than we are. I prefer doing my shooting after asking all the pertinent questions, Commander. While we're at it playing detective, we need to scope out Opportunity. If I can only hope they had warning enough to run for cover. If they didn't, well, there's only so much basic training can prepare you for. Once endured a week-long bombardment in a foxhole with only enough rations to last 3 days. We should move on, unless you got something for me?
hope you bring me good tidings. Exemplary. The displaced must deeply appreciate. Go speak with the voice of the displaced.
Yes. Farewell.
Where do we go now? Another refugee camp?
Oh. Administrator Agarwal.
Yes, well, our esteemed outsider here.
They say you asked around. Listen to folks. That's a good start, at least.
The seer predicted imminent danger to the exclusion.
Well, the displaced are the ones taking that risk.
The displaced are under the Order's care, and the Order, mediator, I leave the fate of the exclusion zone in your capable hand. Speak on them.
You mean that missionary type who's always talking at everybody instead of to them?
Her mission is to uplift.
She's indoctrinating.
Point taken.
Did he also happen to mention they were needlessly oblique and vague?
But our predictions are given to inform and... Forgive me. I do not mean to disrupt.
You actually got the...
Yes. I sometimes forget Provisioner Plotnik is also assigned to minding the displaced's needs. Her role is largely proactive, while mine is reactive.
If the Provisioner's booked up...
It's less of an issue of personnel as it is of safety.
I'm all ears, mediator.
The what now?
When grievances between the displaced approach fisticuffs?
That is unquantifiably absurd. And I don't see how moving into the exclusion zone will help. Our standard response to tomfoolery is to assign the offender to community betterment. I understand he...
Yeah. Anyhow, what was the good doctor's diagnosis? At Auntie's choice, we'd view the...
That is indeed unfortunate, but the dangers predicted for the collapsed. But we built...
I'm guessing you're saying this wasn't an official structure, more of a hastily assembled, precariously built shanty. People are struggling to make do with what they have.
I'm aghast these structures weren't built following By my calculations, you've explored... I suspect that your sympathies lie with the displaced. Unfortunate if true, but... I leave the decision in your capable hands.
Finally understand what we're dealing with, huh? For every problem, there's an obtuse, indirect...
Regardless of your misgivings, I ask that you follow your reason. Well, if this is the fate that was augured, then I will not complain, please.
Not to worry, Administrant. Here. You stay out of trouble. Thanks again, stranger. The Order won't scare us off that easily.
Yes. Just hope we've done the right thing.
Now? Another refugee camp? Another colony?
I predict, with an 8.23 margin of error, that our situation... Wait. Don't tell me you're one of those drones from Auntie's choice.
Hi. How do you do, stranger? Always... Oh, it's a pity I can't lend more aid to our downtrodden collective. I'm just a humble taxidermist. More than whoever butchered your friend. Do you need it?
Not unless you think a pair of glass eyes and glued-on antlers will...
But something tells me you didn't come to talk shop. What's this about, Agent? Am I in trouble? What? Me? Listen, friend. A little skill with needle and thread does not make me a qualified medical professional. Oh, blood and guts are fine. I'm just have it your way, then. Before I agree to anything, I need sprat corpses. Several. And no victims of violence, please. My art depends on the quality of the sleeve. I used to source all of my sprats from a local trapper, Frankie Billings. Word has it she's out north in Auntie's Choice territory, so watch fresh being the...
I'll try not to sneeze on you, but no promises.
Law, finally.
Real relief for my fake symptoms. Let's see it then. Now that you mention it, here, buy your own medicine. This one's mine. Besides, I'm guessing you have my gratitude, stranger.
Can't say I'm fond of these lodgings. Close quarters.
Just be grateful for what you have.
Ow! What happened to this place? Law. Matriarch's mercy is no safer than the trenches.
I remember this place before the war. Functioning tramiculars. Peaceful silence of the canyons.
I can't recall the last time this region was silent.
Think they'll notice if we jump the queue?
Societal cast-offs who have succumbed to a life of pilferage and plunder. And his choice troops have been espied bivouacked in trenches crisscrossing the highlands.
shot.
I'll take care of him, Commander.
to go.
That company, Commander.
Save that for the wrongdoers.
Troops have been spied bivouacked in trenches crisscrossing the highlands. In all places,
Got a distraction for you.
Your patience is commendable, passenger. Please continue waiting quietly until the next tram arrives.
stranger. The Order bids you welcome, but also warnings. In light of the recent attack on Auntie's Choice, you may want to make...
So it was one of our bases that got hit. Well, I'm gonna be sick.
I can't rightly say, and that is rather concerning in its own right. It seems our temporary ceasefire with... Yes, this was an active war zone until recently. And now, I'd surmise that when Auntie's Choice realized they couldn't get through our defensive measure...
Well, it weren't our artillery that made that
They must have done something to provoke an attack. Which is why your safest path now is the one that... The Order controls everything south of this point. Well, not certain about that last one anymore. After the... Yep, mad to the last one. People will turn to anything to ease their They're both unstable and excessive abuse of stimulants. They've also been known to pose as refugees, to lure their victims into ambushes. The creatures are of the genus Verachnid. They are large enough to kill a full...
May all your endeavors elicit expected results.
I don't see anything else coming. Was it just the one?
Architect. I hope this does not turn back into an active war. This is the Order's anti-air control center. If you don't have specific business here, Architect. I hope this does not turn back into an active war. hope this does not turn back into an active war.
My apologies. My work requires a rather high amount of focus, and as such, I'm unable to engage in idle chatter.
Val says you turned her down for a massage.
Turns out Val's massage protocol doesn't have a setting between a light touch and a 50-kilometer-per-hour punch. Not exactly therapeutic. I felt a little bad telling that to her face, though.
Yeah, I've been on the receiving end of one of those massages, too. Honestly, you made the right choice.
Is presently under lockdown. Unauthorized entry is barred. Laboratory mishap and/or miscellaneous unspeakable dangers.
Please call again at a more convenient time.
Not getting down below until you talk to me. So, the abbot wait, is that an Auntie's Choice enhanced soldier with?
We want answers, not a fight. And if indeed there's any retribution to be had, it won't be by my hand. Tell him, Commander.
Surely. Sometimes I cannot fathom what goes through the abbot's mind, but your papers do seem to be legit. I'll send word you're en route. But fair warning, I expect your behavior will remain impeccable. The recent attack may have originated from this facility, but I assure you one of our transport pods filled with ziranium was diverted toward, or more specific, though functionally correct, I assure you. The transport pods are fired into space. To date, no one has ever misused them for this purpose, and we have managed to corner the apparent perpetrator down below, which would be a good thing if they had not, somehow seized. This facility has been our suspect, one initiate, though steadfastly maintaining her innocence. She has also barricaded herself in the operations control room below. A move not likely to allay any. Both of them? I admit I'm to a... May fate and fortune converge. May fate and fortune converge.
Nice weather we have been having, or not having. Goodbye.
It evidently originated here. Transport pod full of Zeranium. Blue outpost opportunity to naught but tinges and flinders.
Wait, so has it been classified as an accident? Or an attack?
What I'd like to know is why our illustrious seer provided zero warning beforehand. The Proctor's a low-functioning functionary at best. I mean, just look at this mess.
Running a manufacturing.
What are you doing up here? How did you get past the gate? Forgive me. All this business with the lockdown puts one on edge. Everything appeared routine at the time. It wasn't until I ran a systems audit on the launch sequence afterwards. Just finished anomalous event caused by unknown factors. Transport pod M7, containing a full latitude and longitude coordinates corresponded to the Anti's Choice facility known as Outpost Opportunity. Altitude, however, a low-ranking scientician. Regrettably, that is all. May all your endeavors elicit optimal results.
Initiate Alpha, stand down. Relinquish control of this facility immediately.
Oh, my dear Proctor, you can't believe a low-level drudge like me is responsible for any of this.
You'd have us all believe you seized control to demonstrate your innocence. Wait, is this being broadcast?
I have no idea how this audio doodad works. You're the one in charge here, Proctor Sboboda. Are you sure you didn't do something?
I demand your unconditional surrender at once.
Hello, Proctor? I'm pushing buttons over here now. Did I disconnect you somehow?
Emergency detoxification initiated. What's her name took over.
Yes, of course. Next on my list of lowest probability events, strangers sent by the abbot, gallivanting about amidst a lockdown. If we'd been able to communicate beyond our walls, might have saved you a trip. As I can successfully report, we have identified the response. I oversee this manufactory and all personnel, including those here. A spy or turncoat, no doubt. A sleeper agent from one of those secret enemy programs you're always hearing. Within a beat of us hearing of the attack, she then forcefully repelled several attempts to extricate her. Why, she could destroy this entire place at any moment from in there. I implore you to stop her before she does so. Whatever for. We've already established, I suppose, some limited nosing about before dispatch. I'll be in my office. We're still in lockdown, so I take it you haven't shot the traitor. Failed to see the point.
I have too much on my mind for idle numerical chit-chat.
Now, this is important. Would you describe the Varachnid's calicity as slavering when it attacked? How much viscous fluid would you estimate was involved?
I don't know anything about the fluid's volume. Thing attacked. I shot it. There's goo all over the spot it emerged. Measure that, maybe.
Two exemplars, dead as Pythagoras. No one's been inside operation since. Just a run-of-the-mill golden mean initiative.
Now listen to yourself. You're disproving your own substantiation. Her actions prove otherwise, I'd contend.
Of course she's hiding something. You think those two exemplars just fell wrong? They're hardly prone to involuntary self-injury. Alva's been here for how many years? I never noticed her. Just blended in with the scenery.
No reason to head on in.
We don't wrap this up soon. We'll have consumerists up to our brain cases. Glad those not skilled at math can fulfill some other function. I only question them being in roles of significant authority.
Investigator? May all your endeavors add to the equation.
May all your theories prove true.
Always account for standard deviation.
Investigator. May the plan guide you.
Oh, hello. A visitor. Who is it they're sending now? And who are you, dear? You're what? Some maverick for hire. And who is that you... Ah, an Auntie's choice. And someone else. Another Earth Directorate agent.
Is she talking about me?
All this for me. Fear I hardly deserve such attention. This entire business is just a terrible misunderstanding. I expect few in the Order know of you, but... Well, I've kept to a role here that between launches I enjoyed serials, two-bit dreadfuls, periodicals. I adore Zane. For the longest time I didn't realize your organization actually existed. But here you are, well-timed and no doubt eager to help. Yes, that was terrible. I feel awful. Though technically, I didn't mean that to happen. You see, years ago I attended an introductory course at the Physical Education Center. I earned top mark. I've refused a few promotions over the years. Undemanding work provides me ample personal time.
Feel like I'm watching a work of fiction right now.
Now you're doubting me too? The proctors delude, dear me. I wish I did, but... Why, yes. I could unseal access to the records repository. I'd be right grateful if you'd have a look. I swear I'm completely innocent of this heinous act they're accusing me of. If you need to hear me say it, surely. I appreciate your... May the plan favor us against long... May the plan favor us against long odds.
May circumstances proceed toward intended results. Back, I hear. Don't see Auntie's being too discreet.
Our Earth Directorate friend.
Well, hello.
Hello. I've been conversing with Factor.
Yes, they witnessed me rather discomposed, I fear. Visions of Auntie's troops now guard the entrance above. Our safety addressed, do not let my position fool you. All within the Order are scienticians, and hence we seek the truth of any hypothesis based on evidence. The Proctor's accusation, a recent security audit brought up several curious messages. We were unable to track down the whereabouts of nothing conclusive, yet enough.
You examined the launch records, yes? Did you find anything, dear? I'd say they've obviously been altered. But listen to me. What do I know about this sort of... But still, even the most junior scientician knows the best explanation is one requiring the fewest assumptions. Ergo, I set the correct coordinates. Someone overrode them. There should be ample time for regret later, dear. For, someone may be pulling her strings, perhaps. A Zeranium leak occurred moments after the launch. I imagine it may have been used as a diversion. The overriding of the coordinates also deserves a look. Don't you think? I expect the Zeranium leak stemmed from alterations to the control boards and
I can speak to the coordinate override. All commands are routed through the hub in central processing. If one meant to accomplish what you're suggesting, they would likely look to do it there.
Oh, I'm full of hidden depths, dear, but this isn't the time. All right.
I'll stay here and play for more time. If the Proctor sends anyone, I'll send...
Inform us when you've
May
investigated the
fate and fortune converge.
May the plan guide you.
May all your endeavors add to the equation.
Had plenty of managers like Sboboda back on Tau Ceti. Couldn't take responsibility for nothing.
Yes, suppose you'll do. I'd been hoping an empiricist or assessor. Oh, what else will this higgledy-piggledy... Might I entreat you to act in such a capacity? The control board to divert the flow of Zeranium is up yonder in refinery logistics. If so, I have something for your time. We developed a pharmaceutical primer that, technically it poisons you a little, but also heals you. Tremendous. Why, may deliberate endeavors beget expected results.
Apologies, but an automechanical's work concluded.
Back. I see my choice in you was well-founded. Uranium overflow venting has returned to a non-haywire state, and my internal levels of disquietude have lessened along with the leak abated. I am fully prepared to be peppered with queries. Now that you mention it, yes, I recall I was worried about one crisis, and my mind was completely occupied by this other crisis nearby. I must admit, I haven't given the attack a single thought since. I do hope everyone's okay. Not much. Keeps to herself mostly. Or that is entirely. Like all of us, she resided in the barracks 15 degrees to the northeast from here. You mean just after the attack occurred? I was in a state of anxiety at the time, and, well, I'm sure you're aware higher levels of cortisol can impede the encoding of memory. This card will allow you into our humble little research lab. It's right past operations. The pharmaceutical primer I mentioned is inside on display. Yes, I have had my fill of stochastic uncertainty today.
Doctor's been in there a while now. Perhaps this conundrum is approaching a solution.
Inform us when you've
May
investigated
fate and fortune converge.
Investigator.
These circumstances proceed toward intended results.
Something about that outlet doesn't square. And she called me sad. I'm not sad. Just for the record.
Hostile spot! the broadside of a freighter. Hey, got a trigger finger still tired. Got my left on an unfurled.
Kindly. I am decidedly in your debt. Anything you need? Anything Of course. I am now able to breathe easy and respond freely. Strange question, but yes. All commands path through the hub here. Through that wiring underneath that... Well, in my professional opinion, looks like someone rerouted some commands from operation. Based on the sloppy state it was left in, I'd say they either barely knew what they were doing, or I was in my cot doing advanced... The door was creaky to open. I should have known it would lodge in place when it closed, but I was distracted by the disheveled state of... Works and operations, right? Always on about her store. Well, careful on your way out. May all your theories prove true.
I see an unfriendly soldier.
our pride.
Ready to take the heat off you, Commander. Just say when.
Always account for standard deviation.
May all your theories prove true.
Not to be an armchair functionary, but the Proctor isn't even close to approaching the situation in a logical fashion, is she?
Always just a step above a layperson, I'd say.
without deviating from the baseline.
Well, don't let me keep you. Inform me once you're at Alva.
May the plan guide you.
Oh, hello, dear. Why, we were just...
Or specifically, potential implications for a multitude of troubling scenarios, based on probable results of your investigation, downstream outcomes, and such and the like.
You know how the Order is. Always calculating something. But please, tell us what you discovered.
That you found evidence that the coordinates were rerouted is definitely something. Would be an odd step for Alva here to take, except perhaps to throw blame elsewhere.
I admit I had the knowledge to cause the leak, but not the authorization. And yes, why would I reroute coordinate commands away from here? I wholeheartedly agree, but her incompetence hardly absolves her. I'm sufficiently certain our proctor is conspiring with an outside party, so I'm coming out now. She's going to tell me who she's working with. Then I'm going to kill her.
Wait a minute. You're going to what? Our investigation, it's unfinished. And you're an initiate. What are you talking about?
Oh, I see you two thought you were proving my innocence. No, you were helping identify my target. I'd advise you, dears, to help or stay out of my way. Proctor Sboboda needs to pay for her actions.
Yes, I concur. That may be the only part of this that seems certain. You are far more capable than some back-manufactory button pusher. Who are you, really?
I am a dedicated agent of the Order, but no, dear. My name is not Miriam Alva. I am Marisol Delgado, formerly of the Department of Preemptive Causal Redirection.
That group was just a story to scare novice scienticians. Next, you're going to be telling me you're... Wait. It is you, isn't it? The one they called the Endpoint.
If you want one, you gotta earn it. Start rescuing sprats out of trees. Or maybe finish the important conversations you start.
I must admit, I'm not entirely sure. The rumors about your department... They said anyone who might delay the equation being solved disappeared. If there are any hints of truth to that, I find it severely at odds with Order tenets for balancing efficiency with humanity.
This is hardly the time for a history lesson or debate, I'm afraid. I arrived decades ago to lie low after a...
That you are who you are. I suspect your methods are not my own, nor the Order's, as I know it. And I fear your intentions for Proctor Sboboda.
It's sweet that you think you can stop me, but I'll elucidate that ridiculous little functionary upended my existence. For 20 years, I was Alva.
This would mean standing against a member of the Order. A mid-ranking one, at that. I cannot be party to the...
A wise, good thing you showed up when you did. You saved me from having to kill everyone here. Not that I was relishing the idea. Sboboda has much to answer.
What's this? What are you doing here? Come to surrender, I take it.
After decades keeping this identity, this would be an ideal time. You can't possibly. Our investigator has definitively determined my innocence following a thorough investigation.
I don't know what you found, but any so-called evidence was likely laid there for someone. This is all nothing more than a...
Enough no more deception.
No, wait,
Thus concludes a thoroughly distasteful business. What a nice and thoughtful thing to best search her office.
Would have been nice to perform that search before there was a corpse in the room, but beggars and choosers.
Proctor left her terminal on. Maybe it holds some sign of who she was working for. Unsealed the effluvium repository. That's traditionally off limits. Ideal spot to hide something. We should take a look.
Oh, hello. Cogitate here often? This space used to be brimming with runoff chemical sludge. It's been renovated, I see. Another terminal. Go ahead. You should have the honors. The Proctor's efforts appear part of a larger scheme. Clemens? The archivist? Ah, that follows, I suppose. Still more that I missed. This whole affair reminded me of the old days. The blood, I have some unfinished business I need to get back to. I could use help from an operator like you. I'd propose a strategic partnership. You help me, I help you. What do you say? Good, good. It's a little crowded here, though, isn't it?
Supposing that means no joyrides and no scratching the paint? I can manage that.
So, Abbot Newell sent you to my manufactory to lower tensions with Auntie's Choice, I take it. Have you tried talking with them directly?
Well, sometimes that level of directness is required. The Order has been made out to be in the wrong here. It would be a shame for hostilities to reignite before we find out who's responsible. Whatever's on your mind. Oh, I am a dedicated member of the Order. Consider yourself lucky. You already know more about me than anyone else I've met in the last 20-odd years. Dorado appealed to me because it was off the board, but not completely remote. There I could lie low for a time, but observe. Our department was shuttered shortly after Ruth Pissar took office. To avoid undue attention, I remained in hiding. To put it mildly, after the incident in question, seeking refuge seemed... Information free of context can be off-putting. I mentioned before I was part of the Department of Preempt. I was tasked to influence pivotal events, to keep the solving of the equation on track. Something occurred. Yeah.
I realize you didn't receive the most welcome of receptions here. I can't completely argue with that. I recognize you've done right by us. May fate and fortune converge.
Yes, Commander. Suppose you can ask. Another crack like that. Our department employed a variety of methods to obviate hindrances and threats to the Order's efforts. We were considered wardens of the Grand. Some were proprietary. Often they involved forms of subtle persuasion, others more overt influence, sometimes with purpose. When all is said and done, are those in your ledger any less dead than mine? That so? Hadn't thought you'd felt that way. Didn't take you for a pacifist.
All of us are part of the plan. We follow the path intended for us by the architect. We should, at least. Corrections can take time, even delay in the solving of the equation. That's where we came in. May the plan... Agent, what do you... Happy to provide unbiased your young colleague. Competent, practical, crack shot. Saddened by his years of isolation, but also honed like me. Oh, he seems like a nice young man, dear. She possesses surprising scientific aptitude, particularly in the medical field. Her model is a design classic, and the aftermarket mods she received from Niles are most impressive. Inquire away. Very well.
Lara, you owe me a sparring session. Get your gloves and warm up.
What? Again? I don't suppose you'd accept a doctor's oath vow.
Come on. I already promised I won't throw elbows this time. Where's your fighting spirit?
Must have had it knocked clean out of me. In fact, why don't I go look for it now?
Ain't gonna climb the corporate ladder with that attitude. Could just learn to duck, you know.
Marisol Delgado has been... This unit has also been informed by Agent Delgado that she is not to be disturbed while resting unless the ship is on fire and readying database. Which member of the Trooper Ceylong's defection from Auntie's Choice, please review the requirements for joining the Earth Directorate with Trooper Ceylong at your Agent Delgado has asked that this... She instead requests that anyone wishing to form an... Agent Delgado has also asked that the following This unit is ready to answer any...
Marisol's something, huh? She had everyone fooled, and then she turns around. She reminds me of the serial heroes I wanted to be just like when I was a kid. I'd tell her if I thought she'd appreciate it. There's something inspiring about someone who knows exactly what they are and entertains no nonsense. Anyway, this is me saying I think she was a good... She's probably already got bugs listening in on us. Sure. Got some... Ain't often you see an elder solving an equation with one hand and stabbing someone in the eye with the other. I'm keen to learn about her, though I reckon she's more of an abacus than an open book.
Marisol settling in nicely? She's like a character from the Zane and Buddy serials come to life. I mean, the end point? Maybe don't tell her I said that, though. Always up for a little backfin underneath that friendly old lady facade. Future's always changing, though. Who knows? Maybe Marisol will surprise us. It's been a treat watching her break free from... Sure thing. Oh, yeah? What's needling?
by a 6-hour course in remedial differential geometry. Adjust your schedule accordingly.
Show your work or shove off.
Perhaps it would be advantageous to... No, that won't function optimally. Or we could... No, but if they deploy Manosaurs, we'd be better served having it the other way around.
Do you have a specific matter requiring discussion with me that cannot be That's not making a final decision over what to prioritize in the construction of this trench, correct? In this case, standardized algorithms which include... Unfortunately, I find myself in the extremely unlikely and thus my dilemma. Auntie's forces have pushed us from our initial trench line, despite the fact that we are currently holding back Auntie's forces at the new, more narrow front. This leaves us in... That being said, we shouldn't need another trench line. Our analysis shows us that Auntie's... However, there is a vanishingly slim chance that many unfortunately, Auntie's humans, in summary, many and varied. Alas, I lack the resources and time. However, there is a... Despite that being said, many unfortunately...
Nothing to hit.
Please don't distract me from my more pressing distractions.
into no man's land, we strongly recommend you return.
Mobilizing. Standing by to stupefy. Investigating hostile intentions.
Raring to go. Graph's back in business. Here.
Ratcheting up my aggression. Torpificator at ready status. Taking the fight out of them, locking them down. Resorting to violence. I'll handle this. Torpificator is charged.
Always crabby.
Get the claw! Purification in progress. Mitigating the threat.
Weapon ready, Commander.
to attack.
Hey, easy with the flag side. This situation is untenable. We aren't prepared to fight mantisaurs or deal with this magnitude of enemy incursion should they attack again. Architect, guide us.
Move on, freelancer. I've been tasked with only treating
That
enlisted
Manosaur
personnel.
was at least 4 meters tall. Now, probably closer to 6.
I do not believe I've observed you in these trenches before. You are aware this is a war zone. War zone, correct?
Now that is what I call a stubborn clog in the old pipes.
I do not believe you have clearance to be here.
This is the last bastion of control before no man's land. I am unsure of who assigned you permission to be at this locale, but please refrain from impeding our... our operations.
You're gonna have to hold it in, friend. Never fear. I'll get that clog moving soon enough. They don't call me the pipe doctor for nothing. Shucks. Why, if I hadn't just been wrist-deep in sewer water, I'd shake your hand. The notion of a pipe doctor stems from the belief and understanding that plumbing and the human... Of course, I would... It's like I've always said. And what is the human body but one long, wet, interconnected pipe? You mean... Why, this is the greatest day of my life. But don't get me wrong, it would be an honor. I'm just not sure that I'm ready for that kind of challenge. Well, always remember...
It's me!
Friendly outbound, hold fire.
I do not believe I've observed you in these trenches before. You are
This is the
aware
last bastion of control before...
That is what never fear. I'll get that. But don't... Well, always remember. Good...
I do so hope you'll forgive my thoroughly convincing deception, dear. Not really, no. Innocent and may the
Don't forget to clean your ship's toilet. Now, what can the pipe doctor do for you? Just fine, thanks. Clogged toilets are nature's way of keeping us humble. I'm just a plumber. What do I know about human anatomy? Well, always remember, good plumbing starts in the bow. the mountains.
Attention, freelancer. You are currently heading into no man's land. We strongly recommend you return.
Further damage, Commander.
resorting to violence.
Chief Quidley, recording with the intent of registering this most unusual sequence of events and securing their serial wave rights. Recently, we reckoned it'd be a hoot to hack a captured order terminal, use it to heckle them. Instead, we wound up chinwagging. And turns out we have much in common. They're bored, we're bored, and everyone got sick of trench living months ago. Next thing you know, we're getting together for brews in a wave of their knockoff sport, pitchball. And where there's booze and ball, there's betting. And while those order folk are scary data smart, they can't see the angles if they're big as a ship and bright as a hollow ad. They just see stats and percents and don't get how spunk, moxie, and being due play into it. I thought hustling games of six caps was the easiest way to make bits. Not no more.
Missing in action. He's supposedly their great thought leader, yet he has disappeared from public view. North Station. What's the story here? We see Auntie all of it all day, cutting deals, driving profits. And the Protectorate's console has been the life of their joyless shifting lately. Quite the go-getter. He's supposed to be the sovereign's top VP. His muscle is entirely involved in their whole totalitarian operation. The Sentinels, their secret police, reportedly answered to him. Makes you wonder if the console is really running the show. Who knows? We have all the jigsaw pieces, but no puzzle. When we do suss out the real story, you will be the first to know. Now, on to other things. Now, here's a song to take your mind off your worries. Unless you're being hunted by a pack of raptidons or some such.
Vitals are in the red, Commander. hostile intentions.
Nonsense.
Did you just come through an active war zone? Your puzzler screwed on crooked?
You made it. Probably could use some help.
Did that blast give me a dunder? Or is some damn stranger walk...
You all right, officer? We saw the impact and got over here fast as we could. If there's anything we can...
we can do to part you from your bits while you're desperate? Yeah. You got any reason I oughtn't have you shot? Yeah? Well, what exactly makes you so sure of that? Well, I suppose I appreciate your honesty. But even if I believe you, so what? The damage is done, and it's not like I'm mounting a counterattack. Maybe. I suppose it's possible. But even if I believe you, what, by law, do you think I can do about it? Seriously? You expecting me to ring up ante? Also, there's some new nameless, faceless, seriously cutthroat competitors trying to frame the order, so we go back to killing each other. Ah, an offer for... It just so happens we might be able to trade services. Lately, my luck's been right miserable. I got enemy sneak attacks. I got grunts murdering each other. I got unsanctioned power struggles. And it all risks reflecting. You cut down the number of issues that are vexing me, and I'll send you a word of peace and harmony. Or, if all that sounds like too much work for you, there are other ways to curry my favor. Make me believe you're good. That bomb that hit us, it was filled with uranium. So not only did it kill us, my contract medicalist over there is literally up to her elbows in it. You get her the compression coil she needs to make the autodocs work, and that should cut her billable hours in half. And then I'll send your message. There's been a murder at one of our forts. Troopers accused of poisoning her. Problem is, I'm already short on medical specialists. Go find out who done it, and I'll send the message you're asking for. This is gonna make no more sense for me saying it than it's gonna make for you hearing it, but a real, actual, pincer-faced, carapace-having mantisaur. Not a half-human one, or a psychic one. Anyways, there's some dispute over who his second should be, and he can't exactly decide himself. So go sort it out for me, and I will... Now, you know that's an irrevocable deal, right? So don't let it... Please tell me there's a damn good reason you're back. Then why?
What in the scrupulous name of profitable deductibles do you think you're doing? Just who are you? And some kind of rocket attack? Or maybe an orbit? Don't suppose you're looking for a way to help. We need compression coils. The attack left more wound. Without them, they can't convert raw materials into the medicaments needed to help as many as you can. There's so much more work than I can handle. It's only by getting anti-dropped extra compression coils in pods from orbit to help our advance, but they landed everywhere. Though I heard some are in the no man's. Many thanks, but please. You're back. Please tell me you've had lovely. It's a start. You're back. Please, well.
I know I'm not responsible for this, but still feel accountable somehow. Yes, dear? Anything on your mind? May... Oh.
now 4 years since this war began. Can't rightly recall. It's a struggle to keep track with the constant threat of bullets ventilating your brain pan. Had another run-in with those brigands. Caught us unawares while out on patrol. The Order was hard enough to contend with. Now we got them too. It's enough to make a man weep. How many good soldiers have you lost out in those law-forsaken wastes? Every time we send a patrol out, we count ourselves lucky if even half of them come back. And now, it's my squad's turn. Chances are this will be the last you'll ever hear of me. Tell my wife that, law help me. Just tell her I love her.
You're back. Please tell me you've had some lovely... It's a start. You're back. Please hurry.
When I first joined up with you, I figured Milver Street and Carr knew you'd do it, and it seems all of us were right. That relay ain't a threat anymore. But one thing I couldn't quite figure out all this time is what you were getting out of helping us. Not that I disagree with your assessment, but I find it mighty Things slid into focus for me mighty quick once we got to the relay. You were busy hunting down a fellow agent. And I thought you folk were about duty and camaraderie above all. Were you one of Auntie's? I tell you just to shake the ladder hard while your traitor is climbing up, and enjoy the show when she... So you're out here without a boss, huh? Might not be so bad. Though I'm curious if they'd even... Ain't had many dealings with the Earth Directorate. You and Ibarra are the first agents I ever met, in fact. But you get things done. I trust you. As for Ibarra, verdict's still out. He insults Auntie's choice a mite too much for my liking. But that's the Earth Directorate's company policy, ain't it? Sure, but you represent them all the same. Look, I'm sorry. I ain't intending to get into any grievances here. Let's just say I'm a little dubious about the whole keeping corporations and corrupt governments in check thing. Ain't seen evidence of it yet. But maybe you're liable to prove me wrong. Anyhow,
Agent, what do you need? May all...
sure use a few more contractors like you on the payroll.
Hey, Pinchy. Hey, Slashy. How are my 3 favorite mantisaurs doing? Kindly take a couple steps back, friend. This time with my precious mantisaurs is sacred. Kindly take a couple steps back, friend. This time with my precious mantisaurs is sacred.
The climate here is a mite more agreeable than Cloister. One good thing about being assigned to them, scraps contain so much...
Duh. Nope. Gotta keep it down. Paying cleaning fees for rotting in the mask is only going to make this worse.
Up and at 'em! Swear you take more naps than a raptidon. Whichever void brain know-nothing decided mantisaurs are more cost-effective than troopers did not include the loss of my patience in the budget. No, what? Who taught you that? Kindly don't interrupt me. Training mantisaurs is enough of a headache without answering a stranger's questions.
Kindly take a couple steps back, friend. This time with my precious mantisaurs is sacred.
I spied some books with interesting covers in your room, Marisol. Don't suppose you ever lend them out?
Oh, you'd hardly be interested, dear. They're about Gaussian functions, atomical electrodynamics, very few illustrations. Not for lay people.
I don't know. That electrodynamics one sounds like a page-turner. Always found the volatility of minute fundamental forces fascinating during the science classes of my medical training.
Well, well, it appears I've misreckoned you, dear. Please borrow whatever tickles your academical fancy. I've a book on gravitational effects on ballistics you might find riveting.
And useful. I wouldn't mind learning more about them Gaussian functions, too. Good bunk time reading. Appreciate it, Marisol. Thank law, Fort Endurance still stands. We ought to check in.
Sorry, time is bits, bits is time. Or are they?
You seem like a go-getter. Let's consume lunch sometime.
Yeah.
Better not be what I think it is.
Honestly, Bradford, I've no notion of how to cool your conniption. Corporate says I'm in charge, so I'm in charge.
You're in charge? Wait, you're in charge? Don't you mean the executive is in charge?
Of course that's what I meant. Whether I say me, he, or we, it's all the same.
It's all the same pile of gum.
That tone is not how you get approval for your little tests, designer. Next time, you might want to try and tame your woolly courage with a little mock apple.
Yes? Who are you? And why are you attempting to steal my utterly invaluable attention? This is a fort. Those are soldiers. They are mantisaurs. And I am far too busy to play tour guide. Ah, wonderful. I was hoping someone would bring some sense into this madness. You should go murder? Oh, right. One of the enlisted killed their superior. Sure, fine. Were I you, I'd do...
Yes, I hope you're not here to apply for employment. I'm already overwhelmed by the sheer volume of peons I'm forced to oversee. And if you're here as a spy, know that the temporary ceasefire is on tenuous footing. So if you stay, it's likely just a matter of time before I'll be stringing you up. Save me from him. Allow me to introduce strategic... Now you're starting to sound like some of the wagabouts I've got under my command. Why would I be anything but serious? Executive Wojciech has been part of this unit since he was just a pupa. As he grew, he's shown it's earned him promotion after promotion, until our last battle against the Order deprived us of our former chief executive and left him as the senior-most trooper. The executive welcomes you, but would like to know what your business is in our base. You may mock, but I can speak as easy to him as I can you on account of my graft. He wouldn't be much of a commander.
Hey, Commander. It's my professional opinion that we should back away slowly. This guy's graft is either messing with his gray matter, or he's messing with us.
That is exactly what he's doing.
Designer Bradford,
And you've been reminded, repeatedly, that I'm not under. I just wanted to make it clear to our newcomer that you are full of shit.
That is quite enough, designer. Yes, well, please excuse our curmudgeonly biology. Still, that ugly moment behind us. Executive Wojciech has an assignment. We're desperate to have...
Ugh, not this crabble scat again. There is zero chance you're right. Zero. And this brilliant assignment of yours didn't go so well for the last group.
Wojciech can sense that there are some kind of mutated mantisaurs over yonder, and he wants us to secure one of their pupas to raise as his own.
Oh, stop it. The creature doesn't want a pupa. He doesn't want to breed a superior... Even if he could ask for a pupa from a rival nest, he'd probably just eat the law-be-damned thing to cut down on competition. He's a bug, nothing more. But the only way to prove it to our command is to have you run this fool's errand.
That is enough. One more word in question of our executive officer, and I'll have you pitched over the edge with the...
Yes, sir.
Exactly. With it, Wojciech can raise a Zeranium-mutated Mantisaur army, which will be even more dangerous than the ones Auntie's Choice evolved from the Halcyon stock. We need you to infiltrate the mutated Mantisaur nest. Do that, and I, and Executive Wojciech, shall make sure... Look in the nest to the east. That'll have your best odds.
Feels a pull, Wentworth? Seriously? Excuse me? Apologies for my outburst, but I had need to warn you that an earful from...
Hey, what are you two talking about?
Nothing of your concern, Wentworth. Just ignore him. He was clever enough to pretend that graft lets him talk with the beast. So overnight, he upstarted from simple trooper to de facto commander of this installation.
You know it's impolite to whisper, right?
But I've studied him extensively, and it is most assuredly nothing but a play for power. I am. I've watched for patterns of behavior that would demonstrate higher communication, and they don't exist. So, catering to his will isn't gonna do anyone any good. Conversely, the scientific value of studying the mutated pupa he wants is bring it to me. And not only will I match any reward he offers, but you'll have the satisfaction of knowing I'll have to... Oh, fine. Fine. Just, please.
We're not going to tell anyone about this.
Hello again. Have you brought me the pupa? Auntie's Choice has bred mantisaurs as weapons. What's more, we have never witnessed them mutate in any... Inundated with zeranium from the river, the mantisaurs here have evolved adaptations that have never been documented before. I understand. Though, instead, think of all the worlds that can be ushered. I'll be here.
You've returned. I mean, did you bring the pupa for me?
Well, what have we here? You couldn't look less Auntie's choice if you tried. What on this face conjures the... You're back? Why, Durbin sent you? Why? You certainly ain't a certified pre-inhumation... Oh, lovely. And just what is it you think you can do for me? You ain't even carrying a masticating tissue... Cute. Adorable, even. I'm so far as I can tell, it's a simple case of killing to get ahead. There was nothing wrong with the food. The whole fort ate the same thing. There are no other suspects, just Bardot. She swears she's innocent, but they always say that. And I can't possibly figure how that could be. Honestly, anything that keeps you busy and out of my... Honestly, what? Well, isn't that classic? You know, honestly... Why do you pursue... Well, isn't that classic? Honestly...
help me, please! I didn't do what they say I done! Hey, stranger. Please, you gotta help me. They're gonna railroad me into a guilty verdict. Then I'll be declogging sewer sediment tanks until I'm dead enough to mulch. No, at least not so far as I know. But even if so, they're saying I murdered an officer, but they don't care what I've got to say about it. They just want me locked in here until they pen me in the sewers. I've absolutely no notion as to why. He'd get you extra shifts if you asked, and only ding your pay if you really screwed up. And sometimes, if you really had to go, he'd even cover your bog breaks, pro bono. I'd never have hurt the chief, even if you offered to pay me to do it. I don't think nobody killed Cuddy. I was there. That's why they think I did it. And he was fine. But the way he swole up, it's something Cuddy always said might happen. Only it don't make no sense that it happened now. We were eating chow at our post. Cuddy asked me to try his because it tasted funny, but I tried it and it was fine. I made a ruckus, which called everyone in, and all they saw was him dead and me fine. So Security Officer Abner charged me with murder and threw me. I've got no idea. We ate the same thing. But it was exactly what Cuddy said would happen if he ate Crabble. He was deathly allergic to Crabble. But there ain't no Crabble in Sisty stew. I don't have to. Cuddy told him himself. He told absolutely everybody, repeatedly, over and over, constantly. But that's still gotta be how he died. So, I need you to talk to Security Officer Abner, remind him of the allergy, and let him toss all my— No, that was days ago, and they tossed out the rest of the stew. So, I don't even know if the docs will still be— He will. He has to.
Honestly, why do you persist in antagonizing? Of course that's what she's gonna say. Do you think everyone nabbed for a crime just confesses? What? How could that be? I made the stew myself and every one of us ate it. What? That's ridiculous. It was nothing but canned Sisty stew. Stew that I Oh, well, he told everyone that. See, Cuddy was what you'd call a complainer. He's also somebody's nephew. Some junior executive. And if you gave him reason enough to complain about you, he'd take it up with his uncle, and it'd come back down in your— Half his gripes were really nothing but reasons to grouse. So most of us just ignored him, assuming he was constantly full of it. And didn't think twice about doing things like stretching the stew with canned— What? No, it was an accident. Nobody would have— Unless— Hey, how'd you like to make some bits? So we got this thing. An acidic dematerializer that we use to melt mantisaur dung, so it don't call in the local wildlife. But it'll act— That means if someone used it to melt Cuddy— I do it myself, but my boss said she's on her way for a surprise inspection, so I can't leave. But if you go— Well, then she's cleared, of course. No more questions asked. She goes free? Come on now.
What's happening? Are you making any progress? Thank you, but please hurry.
Honestly, why do you persist in antagonizing? Of course that's what she's gonna say. Do you think everyone— What? How could that be? What? That's ridiculous. Well, see, he's also somebody's nephew. Law, no. Half his gripes were really— So most of us just ignored— What? Unless— Hey, how'd you like to make some— Well, no, not yet you haven't. See, I can't just— And even worse, since there's apparently nobody coming to do an autopsy, I might have to just send Bardot to the claim to start her sentence. Absolutely. That's only fair. I'll both free Bardot and compensate you for your effort. So we got this thing. That means I do it myself, but my boss said she's on her way for us. Of course she does. If she shows up and we're all out of order, it makes us look bad. Yes. Yes, well, really, make it turn into a small puddle. But that's neither— Come on now.
You've returned. Did you bring the pupa for me?
Honestly, wonderful. Thanklaw. Then come back and tell me when I've got no more evidence to hold. You're back. Tell me that means you've got something helpful for me. Next, you go ensure there is no... You'll find Cuddy's body inside the tower.
What's happening? Are you making any progress? Thank you.
You're back. Tell me that means you've got... Please.
Wonder what keeps making that racket?
Yeah.
Closing in. I'm out searching. Nothing can evade these keen senses. You ain't got clearance to come this way. One step more and you die. Get you gone. To come this way. One step more and you die. Get you gone.
I've been told Chief Cuddy's corpse says thank you for your help. You've saved 2 careers today and allowed us to put this whole miserable affair behind us. Does that mean you don't want my bits? Right, you're a hero.
You did it! You actually— thank you! I'm so glad to be out of that damn cage. Someone else's crime. So you know what happened? That good-for-nothing rung leech! That dunderhead! I can't believe he'd— Oh, my cousin's a VP in R&D who used to head testing on Numa. Abner's going to spend the rest of his downright miserable life wishing. That makes me extra thankful for what you did. If it'd been left in Abner's hands. I've put in for that transfer, and under the circumstances, I think they'll give it to me. Thank you again for your help.
While I appreciate your help in ensuring this mess wouldn't blow back on me, we now got nothing else to talk about. Time you moved on.
You've returned? Did you bring the pupa for me?
You, the get-and-go-getter. I'm offering deals so good, they're worth crawling under the bullets and over the bar. Welcome to Bonnie's Barely Above Board. We know consumers are highly discerning and to show my gratitude, I'm offering you and only you a one-of-a-kind, once-in-a-lifetime. Only so long as you tell no, but so what will you be buying today?
Hello there, consumer. If you haven't yet, you should be sure to avail yourself of our retail opportunities downstairs. It used to be comms and observation for the Protectorate. They watched us get hammered by their huge guns and laughed as we scrambled to dig into that cruel pit. They bled us with constant shelling for the better part of 3 months. And those sovereign sanctions can reach all the way across Golden Ridge. They made the invasion stall about 5 kilometers away, and would have ground us to dust if the cannons hadn't stopped and the Protectorate like someone up here flipped a switch. 1 second our lives were... At first we thought it was a trap, that they'd start shelling again. We didn't find out why until we got here and learned the Protectorate wasn't. The Protectorate hightailed it. They decided that if the Order was going to splinter off on its own, then those Protectorate bootlicks took everything not nailed down, leaving the Order to try and figure out how to wage. It took them weeks to rally, and by then we owned most of Golden Ridge. If Andy'd only send a few thousand more troops, we'd shove them completely off this rock. Of course, I've seen about every meter of this rock by one means or another. So if you're looking to bargain, I'm sure I've got in. It landed over by some particularly aggressive creepy crawlies. This batch is over near some kind of zealots or cultists or something. Find them, you'll find the coils. Back again, consumer? Checking that the cables I patched are staying together. When that big old gun downstairs was working, it rattled the wiring in the walls, so sometimes they bled us with they made the invasion stall about at first we thought it was a trap. We didn't find out why, and the Protectorate it took them weeks to rally, and by then we owned most of Golden Ridge. Anytime. Back again, consumer? Of course. I've seen about every meter of this rock by
Daredevil, you're getting better.
Can't say I was expecting to see anyone else in these parts for a... Hello, friend. Welcome to the most beautiful half-built landing platform on all of... simple, friend. You see any sergeants barking orders? The perfect blend of just close enough to the base to be safe, but not close enough for any officers to get nosy. And I still get paid the same as... there's the real beauty of it. They won't. The Order's anti-air guns are a damn sight better than we expected. There's no reason to finish the landing pad on account of nothing can land. Maybe I'll even get a promotion for doing such a good job keeping this place safe. Oh, no doubt about it, friend. They've been blasting our landing. But as long as my bits keep rolling in... Now, if you'll excuse me... Feel free to look around. As long as I don't see you taking or breaking things, it ain't my problem.
cave is chock full of arachnids. Yeah, I'd stay away if I were you. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Careful. The cave is chock full of arachnids. Yeah, I'd stay away if I were you.
Help me end this fight on my feet!
I'll handle this. Go for torpification.
All charged up!
You've suffered extensive damage, Commander. Torpification in progress. They're benumbed. Teach how to fight. Proceeding to attack. Torpificator is charged.
of arachnid.
Kindly don't interrupt me. Training mantisaurs is enough of a headache without answering a stranger's questions.
You lost, stranger? I don't see a lot of new faces in these parts. What are you? Order? Protectorate? Anti? Well, don't that beat all? An unaffiliate me. I'm a Sprat Trapper. Cute. Used to be Protectorate, then worked for the Order, then Anti. Whoever's calling the shots on a gift. Now, I'm just waiting for the dust to settle so I can find out who I work for tomorrow. Sprat Leather has military applications, as all things do. I also, Sprat Spats. Slower than I'd like, but things will pick up once the war is over. Unless a rift devours the colony. When that happens, Sprats and bits will be the least of my... Gregory? Well, I'm glad to hear he's still... These being hard times, I've had to raise my prices. Gal's gotta eat, and I don't care for Sprat meat. You know where to find... Hey now, that's mine! Excuse me?
returned. Is there a reason you're looking? Well, I suppose it can't reflect badly on me. If you'll leave me, I've got my...
You're back. Please tell me. Lovely. Wonderful. Still, if you find any more... I'm glad you're back. Getting the first auto dock running again has been helpful. Well,
Got a bad feel about this line, hon. Don't like being so exposed. Hell of a thing coming all this way just to catch a bullet on the camp's doorstep.
You worry too much, my dear. Even the Protectorate isn't much in the business of murdering refugees. And there aren't many Protectorate nearby. I'm sure the Order will aid us.
Maybe. Even if that's all true, camp's still gonna need a place for us to go. Sorry. Got a bad feel about this. Got a bad feel about this line, huh? Don't like being so...
Keep your behavior within an acceptable...
Do you believe Arcadia shall ever return to
Invaders. Any luck with the Sprat hunt? I used to source all of my... Word has it, she's out north in Auntie's Choice territory. Well, in that...
Algorithmic dissonance? Like a send-out. How could
Good to see the Order looking after others. Sometimes that gets lost among all the delightful math.
Matriarch's mercy.
Thanks again, stranger.
I predict that the worst is behind us.
Welcome back. I can tend to your injuries, provided you have the bits to compensate. Many thanks. Right as rain. Now,
Locking them down. Mitigating the threat.
Doesn't sense target.
Resorting to violence. Multiplicator at ready sight.
Mobilizing. Proceeding to attack. Taking the fight out of them, locking them down.
Craft's still a bit sleepy.
Casualties are afoot. Gas still recharging. Standing by to stupefy. Torpification in progress.
But it ain't that good.
ratcheting up my aggression. Patience. Still recharging. There's enough. Mitigating the threat. Stun weapon ready, Commander.
Not quite charged yet. Scratch is ready. Ready to finish recharging first.
This thing's got a mean streak. Next to me, you get the claw.
Have a profitable day.
Ever read the Middle Manager Handbook? Really shores up the foundation of your fundamentals.
Working hard or hardly working? Yeah. That's rhetorical.
Resorting to violence.
charged up.
Yeah.
Hey, now what can I do you for? So, we doing business. The sprats are all premium quality. Let's talk price. Trust me, Gregory is an art. Pleasure doing business.